The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, as we begin this new day, filled with great responsibilities and complex challenges, we are drawn into your presence by the magnitude of your love. We come at your invitation, longing to know your will, encouraged by your even greater desire to lead, direct, and inspire those who seek you. Lord, in the quietness of communion with you, may the tightly wound springs of pressure and stress within every lawmaker be gently released. And may a deep and abiding peace settle upon their hearts and minds. Give them clarity of thought, steadiness of purpose, and humility of spirit as they carry out the trust placed in their hands. We pray in your magnificent name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., July 16, 2026. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Tim Sheehy, a senator from the state of Montana, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Cara Marie Westerkamp of Virginia, to be a judge of the United States Court of International Trade.
Majority Leader.
President, we recently celebrated the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, the 250th birthday of our country. On July 4th, in 1776, the Continental Congress formally adopted the Declaration. The document laid out the causes which impelled the colonist separation from Great Britain. But more than that, it laid out the political beliefs that would govern a new nation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among those are the right to life, to liberty, to the pursuit of happiness, and that in order to secure those rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Unalienable rights. Rights inherent in man given by God. Rights that exist before government, and that it is the job of government to protect. Government not by divine right or military might, but by consent. A government that represents the people, not the will to power. A revolutionary document, Mr. President, pun intended. Many of the ideas in the Declaration, of course, were not new. It was a document built on the wisdom of the ages, on the tradition of British common law, on the inheritance of Christianity in the colonists' own experiment in self-government in the colonies. Jefferson himself, writing in 1825, said of the Declaration, and I quote, "Neither aiming at originality of principle or sentiment, nor yet copied from any particular and previous writing, it was intended to be an expression of the American mind, and to give to that expression the proper tone and spirit called for by the occasion. All its authority rests then on the harmonizing sentiments of the day, whether expressed in conversation, in letters, in printed essays, or in the elementary books of public right, as Aristotle, Cicero, Locke, Sidney, etc., end quote." While many of the ideas in the Declaration were not new, the document was nevertheless, as I said, revolutionary, because the Declaration marked an event essentially unique in human history. There had been philosophical treatises on laying out principles of government, but this was not a philosophical treatise. It was the founding of a government, of a new nation, based on philosophical principles. A nation inaugurated not by conquest, but on a set of ideas. And what ideas, Mr. President? All men are created equal. Where before in the history of governments do we find that? All men are created equal. No one is given special dignity by nature. No man has a divine right to rule over any other. No, all men are created equal. Created equal and endowed by their Creator with unalienable rights, rights that cannot be taken away. Rights that are not the gift of government, but of nature and of nature's God. Rights that government must defer to and defend. Mr. President, as everyone knows, the United States is currently hosting the World Cup. And the media's been filled with stories on how much visitors to this country are enjoying the United States. They're encountering, I should say, the American character. Generous, optimistic, big-hearted, friendly. And they are embracing it. And it occurs to me, Mr. President, that American character almost unquestionably has a lot to do with our founding principles. When you believe that all men are created equal, when you believe that they have God-given rights and dignity, well, that has consequences. All men are created equal. There's no class of divinely appointed rulers, no hereditary aristocratic class, no barrier set to prevent you from rising. Those principles have consequences. So I don't think it's surprising that Americans are generous and big-hearted and optimistic and friendly. I think it's the natural consequence of the principles that we espouse. Mr. President, every 4th of July is a day of celebration. But this one, marking 250 years, was particularly special. South Dakota was honored to welcome President Trump to our fireworks at Mount Rushmore, a truly spectacular event. There's no better place to reflect on the majesty of this great country. It's fitting, too, though, that along with the celebrations, along with the fireworks and the parades and the hot dogs and the hamburgers, that July 4th be a day of thanksgiving for the Declaration of Independence and the nation it founded, for the blessing of liberty, and for all those who have pledged their lives to its defense from the founding of our country to the present day. Mr. President, Ralph Waldo Emerson, in his Concord hymn, referred to the opening shot of the battles of Lexington and Concord as, and I quote, "the shot heard round the world," end quote. Mr. President, if I may borrow his phrase, I think it's fair to say that the Declaration was the statement heard around the world. It is still heard around the world to this day. And I pray it will be heard until the end of time. May God bless our beloved country and keep us faithful to the principles for which we stand. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Minority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Donald Trump's election speech tonight is not about the election Trump lost 6 years ago. It is a threat against the election he is afraid to lose this November. Trump may control the microphone tonight, but he will not control the verdict in November. The voters will have the last word, and Senate Democrats will rebut Trump's lies every day. We will fight like hell to make sure Trump can't silence voters. Trump's primetime speech tonight isn't simply about relitigating his overwhelming defeat in the 2020 election. It's about undermining the 2026 election before a single vote has been cast. Trump won't expose anything of substance about 2020. He'll just echo the same stale, baseless, pathetic lies he's repeated for 6 years. Donald, you've been trying this shtick for 6 years. Only your little coterie of sycophants still believes these lies, no one else. You can say tonight, Trump, you can say it tonight. You can say it tomorrow. You can say it every night till election. No one believes you. The election was not stolen. Trump keeps chasing his tail, going round and round and round in circles. So many times he's left a rut in the ground. Every time he tells a lie, he digs himself deeper into the hole. Trump's fixation on these conspiracy theories reeks of desperation. Trump knows he can't defend Republicans' disastrous record, his disastrous record as well. So he's trying to discredit the voters who will judge it in November. Hey, Donald, the reason your numbers are so low is because you're obsessed with BS like this instead of what Americans actually care about. The American people are fed up with Donald Trump. Americans are fed up with the chaos in their streets, fed up with the corruption in their government, fed up with sky-high costs in every part of their lives because of this administration's policies. Voters are sick of forking over their tax dollars to line Trump's pockets and to fuel his failed war in Iran. Trump has given up on winning over hearts and minds. Now he's focused on rigging rules and purging voter rolls. Instead of changing course on their deeply unpopular agenda, Trump and the GOP have launched a coordinated, multi-front campaign to subvert the 2026 elections. But don't worry, America, it will fail. Trump has called for Republicans to, quote, take over voting in 15 states in the country. That's what he said. Trump said, quote, we want to take over. We should take over voting. Republicans ought to nationalize the voting. It's in his own words. Trump has issued unlawful executive orders to try and kill vote by mail. The administration is packed to the rafters with election deniers, including key election oversight positions. MAGA loyalists like Todd Blanche and Kash Patel have used DOJ and FBI to foment election officials, to torment election officials, and foment lies with politically motivated investigations designed to sow doubts and instill fear. Trump's Republican allies in Congress keep pushing the SAVE Act, the most devious voter suppression legislation Trump has ever dreamed up. Donald, when it comes to the SAVE Act, the courts have rejected it, Congress has rejected it, even members of your own party have rejected it. Give it up. The SAVE Act isn't going anywhere. There's no way we're letting this administration feed Americans' personal data into an algorithm Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Russell Vought created and let it pick who gets to vote. Donald Trump made life harder and more expensive for the American people, and now he wants to make sure the American people can't hold him accountable at the ballot box. That's what Trump's speech is about tonight. But in America, Voters choose their leaders. Leaders do not choose their voters. And Senate Democrats are going to fight like hell to make sure our elections belong to the voters, not to Donald Trump. The country does not belong to Donald Trump. The ballot does not belong to Donald Trump. The verdict does not belong to Donald Trump. It belongs to the American people, and this vote November, they will deliver it. Now on Republican inaction on ICE. 2 more people have been gunned down in the street by Trump's ICE agents. And all Republicans have done is shrug their shoulders and point fingers. Senate Republicans know full well they were the ones who abandoned common sense reforms to rein in ICE on multiple occasions. Yesterday, Senator Collins of Maine tried pinning the blame on Democrats, even though she voted against an amendment requiring ICE to wear body cameras just last month. Absolutely shameless. Absolutely shameless. If Republicans had accepted our proposal for body cameras, warrant requirements, use of force standards, training, and other basic reforms used by every law enforcement agency across the country, these killings could have been prevented. Instead, Republicans jammed through a partisan bill that pumped tens of billions of dollars into Trump's rogue agencies without any restraints whatsoever. So it was Senate Republicans who chose not to make reforms to ICE, as Democrats tried to push them. Americans know exactly who to blame for unleashing the chaos on the streets. Where were Senate Republicans when Trump immediately reinstated the vehicle stops policy that led to these killings? Where were Senate Republicans when the administration said ICE agents had, quote, absolute immunity after the Minneapolis murders? Where were Senate Republicans when we gave them opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to reform ICE? There is blood on the streets, and the blame is on Senate Republicans. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Westerkamp nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, just the last couple of weeks, the people of Wyoming celebrated two very important events. July 4th, Independence Day. America turned 250. July 10th, Wyoming Statehood Day. My home state of Wyoming turned 136 that day. And we celebrated both of those great occurrences all across the state for a full week. We had the iconic Cody Stampede Rodeo in Cody, Wyoming. We saw volunteers in Gillette serve over 4,000 hot dogs at the Independence Day community celebration. We saw Boy Scouts in Sheridan serve over 1,000 pancake breakfasts. And my Rotary Club in Casper celebrated the values that started our country. We had Wyoming's best-selling author, C.J. Box, read the Declaration of Independence at a community gathering in Carbon County. The streets were packed for the Independence Day parades in Cody, and people then gathered at Veterans Park for the annual Let Freedom Ring celebration. The seats were full for the Big Wyo Rodeo in Sheridan and the Casper Rodeo finals just this past Saturday night. Our entire congressional delegation attended parades and festivities all across the Cowboy State. This is the America that we saw these past 2 weeks. Yet there's another vision being offered to this country today, and we see it on the other side of the aisle. It's the vision being offered by the Democrats, and it is a dark vision indeed. It's a vision of open borders, of high taxes, and of lawlessness. It's a vision that damages our communities, disrespects the values that Americans hold dear. Today's Democrat Party has taken a radical turn to the left. Today's Democrat leadership is enabling it. America's largest city, the hometown of the minority leader, Senator Schumer, is now being run by a professed socialist. Our nation's capital is about to elect one as well. People proclaiming to be socialists are winning Democrat primaries across the country. In Michigan, a Democrat frontrunner for the United States Senate is campaigning with an extremist who blames America for the September 11th terrorist attacks. These are the attacks that 25 years ago cost the lives of 2,977 Americans. Extremism is driving the Democrat Party, and it is influence within the party is growing. Here's what they want. Democrats want open borders. Democrats want to defund the police. Democrats want to abolish immigration and customs enforcement. Democrats want to abolish the United States Border Patrol. Democrats want to weaken law enforcement. They want to make it harder to remove illegal immigrant criminals from our communities. Democrats want to pack the Supreme Court. They want judges who will rewrite the law and ignore the Constitution. Democrats want to abolish the Electoral College. They want to make it possible for only a handful of big cities in blue states to control the selection of the next president. Democrats want higher taxes. They want hardworking American families to pay for health care for illegal immigrants. Democrats want to keep affordable, available, reliable American energy in the ground. That's today's Democrat Party. They're radical, they're extreme, they're dangerous, and they are scary. You may have noticed that in the middle of a heat wave, the new Democrat mayor told New Yorkers to turn up their air conditioning to 78 degrees. Why? Because the New York power grid was collapsing. How could that be? Why was the New York power grid collapsing? Well, because New York Democrats, pressured by climate extremists, shut down reliable nuclear power plants. Welcome to the Democrat Party of 2026. Alarmingly, in this very chamber, Democrat leaders are cheering on the radical left. After socialists swept their primaries this summer, one Democrat senator said this is a very good trend. Another said it is a sign that their party is alive and well. Another said we are now seeing the future of the Democrat Party. By contrast, Republicans continue to deliver results. We passed the Working Families Tax Cut law. We stopped the largest tax increase in American history. We put more money back into the pockets of millions of hardworking Americans. 96% of Americans who make under $200,000 a year benefited from the Working Families Tax Cuts law. Republicans secured the border. We passed the largest investment in border security in American history. We fully funded ICE and Border Patrol for the next 3 years, and we are deporting illegal immigrant criminals. The contrast is clear. Democrats stand for high taxes, open borders, and lawlessness. Republicans stand for freedom, liberty, and American greatness. America is worth defending. America is worth celebrating. America is worth fighting for. That's what Republicans are committed to, and that's what we did as people of Wyoming over the 4th of July. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor. The quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Senator Nebraska.
I understand we're in a quorum call. I'd like to officiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about our colleague Lindsey Graham, who tragically passed away last weekend. Lindsey Graham was the definition of the word patriot. He loved this country and dedicated his life to serving this country. He was from humble backgrounds. His parents ran a bar. And again, tragically, he lost his parents at a young age. His mom died when Lindsey was 20, and his dad died when he was 22. And so, as a young man, he took over the care of his sister Darlene, who was only 13 years old. He was the first in his family to go to college, and then got a law degree, joined the Air Force. And to help take care of his sister, he adopted her so she could get his Air Force benefits. He served our country in the Air Force, and then the National Guard and the Air Force Reserve. A total of 33 years, retiring the rank of colonel and a Bronze Star. He began his career in politics in 1992 in the South Carolina legislature and got elected to the U.S. Congress, House of Representatives, 1994. He was the first Republican to be elected from his district since 1877. He served in the House for 8 years and then came to the Senate, 2002, taking over for Strom Thurmond. And he has been a dynamic personality in this body. And I've had the privilege to get to know him and call him my friend. Lindsey Graham was part of the glue for the Senate, and not just for Republicans, but for Republicans and Democrats. He worked across the aisle. Just a few days ago, my colleague from Delaware was talking about how he worked with Lindsey Graham on a number of different items. One is a conservation fund that is also fights terrorism. He remarked that Lindsey, in his way, was able to boil down why this was so important and had hats created that said, good for animals, bad for terrorists. And that was very typical of Lindsey, because he could boil things down very simply to be able to make a point. Almost like a country lawyer. He'd say, how many people think that, for example, if Iran had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it on us? Raise your hand. They'd raise their hand. And he'd say, so how many people think it would be bad if they got a nuclear weapon? Of course, all those people would raise their hand. How many people think we should stop them from getting a nuclear weapon? They'd raise their hand. That's the simple way that Lindsey would make his point. He was super smart and had an incredible sense of humor. It was not often fun if you were on the other side of that sense of humor sometimes. In one of our Budget Committee hearings, Lindsey Graham was presiding, and we had one of our members who was going through all sorts of points and charts and so forth. And when the presentation came to an end, Lindsey Graham said something to the effect, well, next time we're going to record that, and we're taking it down to Gitmo because it'll be more effective down there. So you wanted to make sure that you were talking to the right audience and making your points quickly with Lindsey. He was also very charming and was very direct. When he would go talk to foreign leaders, he would be able to get across those simple ideas, the way he did with audiences back at home, and be able to express directly through humor, through charming them, to help them understand where their interests were aligned with our interests, how we need to work together to be able to keep the people of their country safe and the people of our country safe. Lindsay was very clear-eyed about the dangers of dictators like Vladimir Putin. He understood when Putin's losing, we're winning, we're safer. He was appalled by the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, that unprovoked, aggressive attack, and was a fierce advocate for supporting Ukraine. Not only because of the injustice of what Russia is doing to Ukraine, but because Lindsay understood what the threat to the United States and the people of America would be if Putin's successful. That if they're successful in Ukraine, they're going to go after a NATO member, and then we will have boots on the ground in Europe. Lindsay was trying to keep us safe by advocating for the Ukrainians. When Lindsay would see an issue, he would hop on a plane and go fix it, whether it was overseas or to my home state of Nebraska. He came to Nebraska several times. I love the man. I had the privilege of spending time with him here over the last 3.5 years. He liked Coke Zero and Riesling wines. He was charming, funny, intelligent, dedicated to this country. Our body and this country is losing a lot with Lindsey Graham. We're losing some of the humor we have. We're losing some of the glue that holds us together. We're losing a fierce patriot. And our country is the worse off for it. Suzanne and I are praying for Darlene and the rest of her family and Lindsay's staff at this tragic time. And indeed for our entire country as we've experienced the loss of this larger-than-life patriot, Lindsay Owen Graham. Lindsay, I know you're looking down on us from upstairs, and you're going to do your best to guide us from up there. We really, really miss you. Mr. President, I yield back. Mr. President,
Senator Nebraska.
I notice the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator of North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also ask unanimous consent to use a prop during my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's actually fitting. I just had somebody in the cloakroom tell me the last person that came to the floor and used the chart to draw on was none other than Lindsey Graham. So I'll dedicate these comments to Lindsey. Mr. President, when I was elected in North Carolina and ran the campaign to get us to a majority and become Speaker, one of the promises that I made to the people of North Carolina is that we would pass voter ID bill. We'd be smart about it. We'd get it cleared through the Obama Justice Department. We would implement it in a methodical fashion so that we could further increase the already acceptable levels of election integrity in North Carolina. It took a couple of years. It actually took a couple of lawsuits before we got it done, but we got it done. So for anybody to accuse me of saying that I don't like voter ID, you ought to check your facts and take a look at the signature on the law that was ratified by then Speaker Tom Tillis in the state of North Carolina. Why do I tell you that? To at least put forth my bona fides with respect to implementing complex legislation. I have been trying to explain for nearly a year that the SAVE Act, whether it's the SAVE Act, the Save America Act, the new SAVE legislation that's being proposed in the House, SAVE goes to Hollywood, SAVE goes to Hawaii, whatever the sequels are, all of them are fundamentally flawed and impossible to implement by this election. Now let me explain why. In addition to actually having experience with legislating, ratifying, and implementing voter ID law in North Carolina, I also happen to be a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and IBM Global Business Services. My entire career has been founded on implementation. When you look at implementation, you look at the complexity of what it takes to get anything done, even the most simple thing. The reason why businesses pay firms like Pricewaterhouse to do what we do is because details matter, planning matters, execution matters. Now let's talk about the SAVE Act, or the Save America Act, or whatever the heck they're calling the next thing that they're talking about putting in the reconciliation bill. Mr. President, states fit into two categories when it comes to how they administer elections. There are 41 states, I'm going to have to do this differently, I'll have to write this. There are 41 states, Mr. President, that administer at the county level. And I'm doing this to better explain it to my friend, the senior senator from Utah. 41 states at the county level. What does that mean? Well, in North Carolina, it means that we have 100 counties, and we have the state. We have 101 election entities that would have to implement whatever we put into law in North Carolina. If you multiply that by the 41 states that do it the same way, we have almost 4,000. Let's narrow it because somebody said, oh, you overestimate. We have over 3,000. It's actually somewhere around 3,600. 3,000 governmental entities that have to implement the letter of this law, okay? So we'll just go with 3,000. Keep it low. Now, we have 9 states that actually administer at the state, local, state, county, and municipal level. That actually adds about another 7,000 governmental entities that would have to implement the letter of this law, whatever the law is. All right? Mr. President, the election is going to be held on the second Tuesday of November, right? We're August, September, October, right? So we have fewer than, let's just call it 100 days before the election. You're telling me that whatever proposal is being considered in the House can come and get done in the House, which it hasn't done, come to the Senate, get ratified, come to the Senate, get passed, go to the president's desk. Let's say all that. Let's just say a miracle occurred. We did take it out of the crock pot, put it in the microwave. We get it done in 2 weeks, right? Okay, well, 2 weeks from now happens to be about the first week of August, so that would be August, September, October. 3 months to implement, 3 months after ratification, to implement complex voter ID policy that is generally administered at the state level in time for this election. Well, it can't be implemented on day one, right? South Dakota actually starts voting 46 days before the election. Number one, you got to go back and tell these 10,000 different entities, we don't know what the timing is. We got to implement this stuff. So your early voting, your absentee ballot voting, the people that requested ballots, the military members overseas that are actually getting teed up with the current laws, that's all off the books. And we're going to get you something new in 60 days. Folks, I've done implementation work. The math doesn't work. I have to believe that these people who are Ivy League educated, qualified to go to the Supreme Court, can do basic math. It can't be done. It can't be a serious effort. And if it is a serious effort, I would suggest that they engage somebody who's actually implemented it before, instead of assuming that they can, because they simply can't. And so when I have somebody put a microphone up in my face and say, why are you against voter ID? I'd say, first, do your homework. I ratified it. I fulfilled a promise. We have solid elections in North Carolina. I'm against it because people are selling you a bill of goods. When I had this discussion with the senior senator from Utah, it was like, well, I understand that it doesn't work in practice, but it should work in theory. Well, I don't work. He didn't say that, but that's effectively how he responded to it. I don't work in a theoretical world. I grew up in a trailer park. I worked as a management consultant. I worked in a practical world. And in a practical world, I don't care how much you want voter ID done, the only thing you're going to have in this election is 72 members of the Senate who already have voter ID in their states. Did you know that? You'd think that we didn't have any. 36 of our states already have voter ID. You want to sit down there and talk about how you up the bar and you give people a year or two to get it implemented? Fine. But don't fool the American people into thinking you can implement something of this complexity over 60 days. My God, it needed to happen 2 years ago. As a matter of fact, the senior senator from Utah's legislature has recently changed their policy, which I think they should have called for years ago, of mass mailing ballots to everybody, right? This should be fairly simple. You're only going from mass mailing ballots to saying, hey, you got to request them, right? They decided to take 3 years to implement that. I would ask the senior senator from Utah, why don't they speed it up? Why don't we do it this year? If we could do something as expansive of all this that they've tried to do in the 3 different sequels to SAVE Act, you could certainly do that in Utah, can't you? Because the effect of this bill would be to eliminate it anyway. So get her done. Do it now. Or let's start being honest with the American people. We should figure out a way to get every state to get to voter ID. We should put in grants that say, if you hit this threshold, we will help you implement the implementation. And if you don't, we're going to spend that money to audit your elections. That's fine. That's good governance. And that's given the states the option to decide whether or not they want to up the ante and increase the integrity of their elections or expect an audit from the federal government if they don't. That is what I would be advising my client. This is what I'm advising my client right now, the President of the United States, like CEOs that I've advised before. Mr. President, these people are misleading you if they're telling you that this can be implemented by November. The only thing that will occur is an undermining of the election integrity, the integrity of our elections right now. So folks, from North Carolina, our state motto is esse quam vadere, to be rather than to seem. This seems like a legit proposal, but it isn't. And it hasn't been for the last year because you couldn't have gotten it done with 10,000 election entities if we'd passed it last July. So let's be honest with the American people. Let's focus on getting every state to have voter ID. Let's provide funding that lets the states opt into it and have a consequence if they don't in terms of audits. But let's stop the charade. Let's stop the distraction. Let's get the government funded. Let's use reconciliation if we need to, but let's not clog it up with another piece of policy airdropped by a member of the Senate or the White House that will undermine this bill, undermine what we need to get done before the election. And so, Mr. President, the fact is, we're not going to have 10,000 people doing things radically by Election Day. What we're going to do, if we continue down this path, is to convince the American people that you can't count on your election results. And that is dangerous. That is irresponsible. If you see voting improprieties in your state, report them. There are tools right now to investigate them. But don't further undermine the confidence of the American people by saying, my goodness, they can't get this implemented, the election must be invalid. That is not America that I signed up, that is not an America that anybody should sign up for. We got to do it right, and we've got to do the work. So, Mr. President, if I see a reconciliation bill come from the House with another failed attempt to confuse this election, I will use every device I have available to slow down the wheels of government until people cop a clue and do the math. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a friend in Louisiana. He's the former state speaker of the House. And Charlie invented a new word in English. The word is rinky-doo. When the then Speaker of the State House wanted to describe someone acting dishonestly or denigrating your position or double-crossing you, the Speaker would say, he tried to rinky-doo me. He tried to rinky-doo me. I've always loved that word. Intel, a fine American company, may be trying to rinky-doo the American taxpayer. Last year, and look, let me say that again, Intel's a fine company. They have to compete in the market to manufacture chips like everybody else. I believe in free enterprise. I don't believe in state-supported capitalism, government-run capitalism. But Intel was not doing a very good job competing. And so the federal government decided to bail them out. The federal government, the Department of Commerce, gave Intel $8.9 billion cash. Bought 10% of the company. Not $8.9 million, $8.9 billion cash. Now, a fair-minded person, when the Department of Commerce did this, could have said, well, why Intel? Why not some other company? So that gave me pause. Fair point. I didn't like seeing the federal government picking and choosing among American companies about who should get $8.9 billion of American taxpayer money. I didn't like that. Still don't like it. If there's a fair competition, fine. And I get that manufacturing chips is important to America. I get all that. But government's still playing favorites. And when the government invests 10%, or buys 10% of a company, $8.9 billion. As I mentioned, that's how much money Intel got. when the federal government takes a 10% equity position in a company, you can bet that the politicians, of which I include myself, are going to give a whole lot of advice to Intel or any other company that they buy the stock in. And sometimes that'll be sound business advice, but sometimes it'll just be raw gut politics. I don't like it. I don't like it. I know the new thing is neo-socialism. You know, I've watched new members of Congress get elected who all of whom they all know the words to the Cuban national anthem, and they're all for socialism. I would ask them to take a look at the history of Cuba and the former USSR and China and Argentina and Venezuela, and I could continue going and showing me a country. They should try to show me a country where socialism has worked. They can't. But I digress. The reason I didn't like this idea of buying 10% of the stock of Intel was because it was in, as far as I was concerned, it was in the foothills of socialism. If a company needs help and we decide as a government that company is vital to America, God made these things called loans that are collateralized so that the company has to pay it back. But my wishes were not followed. The Department of Commerce gave Intel $8.9 billion cash in return for 10% of the company. Well, here's why I think Intel might have rinky-dooed us. Intel just announced they were taking $5 billion of that, and you know what they're doing with it? They're building a chip manufacturing plant in Ireland. In Ireland. I mean, I don't get it. And I know Intel's going to say, oh, well, it wasn't the $8.9 billion that the American taxpayer gave us that we took and helped the Irish economy. Money is fungible, folks. Money is fungible. And they can say all they want, oh, it wasn't American taxpayer money. It came from a different pot of money. Now, if this is true, and I saw it announced publicly, that they're building a $5 billion chip manufacturing plant in Ireland after $8.9 billion of American taxpayer money was given to them, as far as I'm concerned, this deal is a breech birth. It's a total cock-up. And somebody from the Department of Commerce or from Intel needs to explain this to the American people, because I don't like it. I didn't like it when we started giving money to particular companies going, yeah, we like you, but we don't like you. You don't get any money, but you get money. If that decision will be made, it ought to be made by Congress, folks. Your elected representative. But it was done. But right after we did it, Intel took the money and invested it in Ireland. Triggers my gag reflex. I hope I'm wrong. Intel, if you're listening, I hope you'll explain all this. Department of Commerce, if you're listening, I hope you'll explain all this. The Department of Commerce, I think, is going to say, oh, Intel has outside investors in building this plant. That, to me, is a distinction without a difference. As far as I'm concerned, the way it looks to me right now, we gave them $8.9 billion of American taxpayer money, and they said thank you very much, and went and decided to spend it in Ireland. And where I come from, we call that a three-wheeled shopping cart. So Intel needs to build that manufacturing plant in America, or they need to give the American people their money back. And they need to do it now. And they need to explain to the American people. Mr. President, we got to vote, but I've still got 5 minutes. That's a dangerous combination, but I'm going to do it in 5 minutes. Last year, we passed one big, beautiful bill. One of the provisions of the one big, beautiful bill was that we in America, if you're hungry, we're going to feed you. We're going to give you food stamps. We don't want you to be hungry. But in return for those food stamps, if you're able-bodied, if you're not disabled, and you don't have kids at home, you got to go get a job. You got to work 20 hours a week, or go to school for 20 hours a week, or do community service for 20 hours a week. Fair trade. We said we don't want to take food stamps away from people who need them. We want fewer people to need food stamps. And it's working. And the full provision of the law is not even implemented. But so far, we have had 4 million people who were on food stamps in those states that have implemented the work requirement. We have 4 million people who have either decided they don't need food stamps because they didn't want to work, or they've gone to work for a living and they no longer need food stamps. Now, those are only two possibilities. When you say you have to work to get food stamps, and 4 million people say we're off the food stamp rolls, one of two things have happened. You either really didn't need the food stamps, or you went to work and you didn't need the food stamps. And we're going to have an even more meaningful impact as more and more states implement the work requirement. It was long overdue. We ought to extend it to every social program in America. And I'm not talking about, and we weren't talking about taking food away from a mother with a sick child in her arms. This rule just applies to able-bodied people who aren't disabled, who aren't elderly, and who don't have kids at home. And all we require is that they work 20 hours a week, or go to school for 20 hours a week and get job training, or do community service. It's working, Mr. President. Some of my colleagues in this chamber are going to try to roll it back. We need to fight them tooth and nail. I made it. Mr. President, I'm done. Peace out.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kara Murray Westerkamp of Virginia to be a judge of the United States Court of International Trade, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kara Marie Westerkamp of Virginia to be a judge of the United States Court of International Trade shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Ms. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cornyn, Ernst, Kennedy, Marino, Murkowski, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Wicker. Mr. Daines, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Schatz, Schiff, and Slotkin. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Graham, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Merkley, no.
Mr. Welch, no. No. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Serrano, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Mr. Lujan? No. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. Coons? No. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Thank you. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Shaheen, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 48, and the motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session. Who's Senator from Oklahoma?
Mr. President, for generations, Americans understood that building our critical infrastructure was not a partisan cause. It was a national responsibility. Previous generations built the power plants, pipelines, highways, transmission lines, and mines that raised our standard of living, enabled the growth of our economy, protected our national security, and expanded opportunity across this country. The generations before us were builders, and their efforts gave us the great nation we often take for granted today. They understood that large-scale infrastructure was not merely a collection of projects, it was the backbone of national prosperity. That broad consensus built out the most advanced infrastructure of its time, delivering affordable energy and economic growth. Over time, America showed that we did not have to choose between a strong economy or a cleaner environment. We could achieve both because we had confidence. And today, however, we have moved away from that spirit of national purpose. Instead of building for the future, we are increasingly living off what previous generations were willing to imagine, finance, and construct. We have been relying on the fruits of their labor for decades, and today we're beginning to see the harsh realities of infrastructure that is too aged and insufficient to support that wave. America's energy problem is not a lack of resources, nor is it a lack of ingenuity. It is our failure to build the infrastructure needed to move these to the people who need them. We should be honest about how we got here. Into this dangerous our great nation back. Over time, too many people, it became easier to oppose a project than to defend the need to build one. When every pipeline, transmission line, power generator, and industrial project is treated as something to stop rather than something to build responsibly, the cost of that does not disappear. They accumulate slowly until families are paying more, reliability is deteriorating, and investment is moving elsewhere. Nowhere is that failure clearer than in the Northeast. Pennsylvania sits atop one of the most prolific natural gas formations, not in the U.S., but in the world. Yet only a few hundred miles away, families, businesses, and New England pay some of the highest energy prices in the country because the region lacks sufficient pipeline capacity. That constraint creates an artificial scarcity. When demand rises during the winter, natural gas must serve both home heating and electricity generation. Because the pipelines cannot deliver enough fuel, prices surge, and generators turn to more expensive and dirtier alternatives like fuel oil. We saw this during the 2018 cyclone. New England oil and actually import LNG from Russia, even though abundant natural gas was available nearby. And per gallon fuel oil that it was substituted with. That outcome was not caused by a shortage of American infrastructure and by years of political decisions that made blocking projects easier than building them. I saw this problem firsthand while leading the Williams companies. We pursued the Constitution Pipeline, a 120-mile project designed to carry low-cost Pennsylvania natural gas to constrained markets in the Northeast. We had our federal certificate. We bought the pipe, we had bought the right-of-way, and we were actually in the process of clearing the route. But we were stopped by a state government that used Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, political veto, actually waiting until Earth Day to deny permit. Ironic. Opponents to natural gas projects act like they're saving the planet, but what their efforts really do is make us shift to energy sources that have much higher emissions, like having folks in New England burn fuel oil. Yes, New England and New York use more fuel oil for power generation than anywhere in our nation. I also saw the chilling effect of judicial overreach. Williams built a $1 billion pipeline project to move gas from Pennsylvania into New Jersey. It was completely constructed, it was up and running, it was operating at a 90% load factor during the peak of the winter load, and yet 9 months after it was fully constructed and in service, the court vacated the certificate. Mr. President, put yourself in that boardroom for a minute. Imagine explaining to your board that you just spent $1 billion on a project the government now says you have no license to operate. What do you think that board is going to say the next time you bring them a large project to build? And these consequences are not limited to heating bills. The same infrastructure constraints leave our electricity system with less flexibility and almost no margin for error when demand surges. In fact, we saw here just 2 weeks ago in the PJM market, the nation's largest power market, electricity that normally trades at approximately $60 per megawatt hour rose to roughly $300 a megawatt hour. And at certain nodes on the system, the prices actually reached up to $2,500 a megawatt hour. And so in addition to that, PJM reduced and took emergency steps to restrict electricity to certain facilities and certain industries. Those wholesale prices do not remain confined to an electricity market. They eventually appear in the utility bills paid by families and businesses. I have spent a good deal of my time over the past several months sitting in the presiding chair where you are today, Mr. President, and listening to Democratic leaders rail against high gasoline prices. Well, gasoline is not the only energy bill families have to pay. In New York, retail electricity prices have risen by approximately 60% over the last 5 years, significantly more than gasoline prices have risen. Yet we hear far less outrage about the rising cost of keeping the lights on, heating a home, or running a small business. And we cannot simply blame those increases on energy producers. In fact, wholesale natural gas prices have declined over this same 5-year period on an inflation-adjusted basis. We cannot blame them on instability in the Strait of Hormuz either. The problem is actually much closer to home. It is the result of years of complacency here in government and a political culture that rewarded saying no while ignoring the cost of failing to build. When we prevent pipelines and transmission lines from connecting abundant supply with growing demand, the consequences are actually predictable. Prices rise, reliability declines, generators rely more heavily on costly backup fuels. The economic consequences extend far beyond the utility sector. A manufacturer, a data center, an industrial facility will not commit billions of dollars to a region if it cannot obtain reliable energy at a competitive price. Those projects move elsewhere, taking jobs, tax revenues, and economic opportunity with them. That is the central contradiction of our current system. America can produce extraordinary quantities of affordable energy, but our permitting process too often prevents us from being able to deliver it to the consumers. That is not an inevitable outcome. It is the result of political choices, and it can be corrected by political courage. That is why the opportunity before us is so significant, and this is why permitting reform is such a passion of mine. I constantly ask a simple question as I spend my time here in the Senate. Why wouldn't we do this? In this body, we often debate how much taxpayer money we should spend to something fundamentally different, an opportunity to strengthen the country that requires zero taxpayer investment. By cutting unnecessary delays and restoring predictability to the permitting process, we can attract private investment, lower consumer costs, create jobs, and grow this economy. It is quite literally economic opportunity lying on the ground. We simply need to pick it up. That leads me to another question. Who would actually be against this? Who would oppose a plan that attracts private investment back to our shores by providing the clarity that project developers desperately need? Perhaps our enemies would oppose it. They certainly see our inability to build as a huge vulnerability and a weakness of our great democracy. They benefit when our projects are trapped in an endless loop of reviews, appeals, and litigation. Or perhaps it is the cottage industry of litigants who have learned to profit from delay. These special interest groups have increasingly used administrative rules originally intended to protect legitimate environmental interests to stall or block more harm than good for our environment. They may not actually care about environment, but I do. They need a villain to drive their fundraising. They've made energy company that villain. It is the and particularly the consumer of everyday Americans' property certificate and their skyrocketing utility bills, but I do. I have seen firsthand how these arbitrary standards are used 3 times the rate for their power because of the massive risk that we've injected into the system. It is time to stop the regulatory creep and the endless litigation. It is time to embrace a fuel source neutral approach that focuses on one thing: building a stronger, more secure America. Unless you're a trial lawyer looking for a payout or a foreign adversary looking for a weakened America, there really is no reason to be against this. Mr. President, this country was built by men who understood that great are the best places to host tomorrow's industries. We should honor that inheritance not by merely maintaining what was left to us, but by demonstrating the same courage and ambition. The defining geopolitics those that possess them. America has the energy, the capital, and the technology to lead. The only remaining question is whether we have the political will to build the infrastructure necessary to turn those advantages into sustained global leadership. I'm retired from the industry. I have zero political ambition beyond this seat that I'm in right now. I am here because I have seen this system is positioned to strangle our great country. Let's choose clarity over long-term economic and national security. We have a bill. Let's work together to legislate a solution. We cannot let what has been one of our greatest strengths turn into our biggest vulnerability. It is time for this Senate to show courage and lead. It is time to win, and it is time to get America building again. And with that, I yield the floor.
Senator Morgan.
To get to know you during your stay here. Welcome to the Senate.
I want to welcome my colleague from Oklahoma. Thank him. I completely agree with what his ideas to get energy production to increase in this country, drive down prices for all consumers. President, I rise today to seek passage of my One Nation, One Visa Policy Act. On a whim, had the power to foreign nationals to travel to their state, to American sovereign territory, even from adversarial countries. You can do it in any state. Most Americans, that would be an insane policy. You'd be absolutely right. Florida can't set its own visa policies. Neither can, New Mexico, Texas, California, New York. That would make our immigration system meaningless. Currently, states where visa-free travel, the only place where nationals can legally. Since 2009, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, or CNMI, deliberately undermine our nation's immigration laws. Over 3,300 communist Chinese nationals have been born on these islands. Except citizens. They have a passport, a birth certificate, and a social security card. Territory where only 5,000 Americans live, exploited for birthright citizenship. You can be a full-fledged devotee of the CCP. You can absolutely hate America, hate our people, hate our way of life, and still use to get a foothold in the country you seek to undermine and destroy. Now, come on, that's ridiculous. It all needs to end now. All the One Nation, One Visa Policy Act does is stop visa-free travel from Communist China to the United States. It doesn't ban travel from China. You can still come. But it says if you're a citizen from China, it's adversary, you got to get a visa. You got to know who you are. If you want to enter my state, any of our states, or any other sovereign territory in our country, you got to get a visa if you're from Communist China. Common sense. I'm grateful to Secretary Olin, who, while a U.S. Senator, signed on to my letter to then Secretary calling for end China's participation in any Chinese visa waiver program. As Secretary to work to end China's visa-free privilege, I hope that the United States Senate can offer the administration the support they deserve by passing this legislation immediately. I'd also like to thank Senators Lee, McCormick, Biden, for sponsoring this legislation. I ask unanimous consent, 5-7, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? President. This bill will needlessly the North and significantly or economy. And the current program requires any visitors that come to the Northern Mariana Islands through this program to undergo a two-step process by the Department of Security, including an in-person interview. That program has already reduced visitation from the PRC from over 185,000 visitors down to 18 2020. Not 18,000, 18. And the purpose is to ensure that does not pose any risk to the United States and allow the island's economy to grow. The current visa program was put in place after a long and thoughtful consultation between the United States and our territory, the Northern Mariana Islands, and it successfully balances both our national security needs and supporting the economic vitality of the Northern Mariana Islands. The Northern Mariana Islands are more than just an American territory. They are one of our most important partners in the Pacific to actually counter China's influence in this critical theater. We can't ask them to further decimate their tourism economy. This legislation, as well-meaning as it is, but it would certainly undermine the stability of our partner and American territory. We should not abolish the program. Instead, we need to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security is doing sufficient screening to prevent visitation
that poses a risk. The Northern Mariana Islands do not have a voice in the Senate, and that is why I am objecting today in support of our partner in the Pacific. And while I oppose the passage of this bill, I do stand ready to work with Senator Scott and others to support the security of our nation in a way that does not harm the people and government of the Northern Mariana Islands. So I object to the request.
Objections heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
So I recognize my colleague. I mean, we both are in the same position. We don't want to do anything that absolutely hurts the economy of the CNMI. But at the same time, we got to figure this out to make sure that we can't have birth tourism. So I look forward to working with my colleague in a constructive manner to make sure that that the Communist Party of China does not abuse this, and we have birth tourism there. So thank you, Mr. President.
Calendar number 447, SJ Res 198, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, and so forth.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? The yeas and nays are ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that the following members of my team be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the Congress: Ava Wyden, Kira Poser, Long, Olivia Hicks, Daniel Reichert, and Mahima.
That objection.
Mr. President and colleagues, at the beginning of this year, the Trump administration empowered unaccountable AI companies to delay and deny certain types of care in traditional Medicare. Now, Donald Trump promised that he would not touch Medicare. Seniors paid into Medicare out of every paycheck during their working years, and they did so with an expectation they would have an ironclad guarantee of affordable health care. Today, seniors in 6 states across America are discovering that care their doctor has recommended for them has been slowed or halted by a shadowy, AI-driven third party. The consequences are not abstract. Seniors with severe back pain have to wait weeks for relief, upending their lives, leaving them suffering because of the bureaucracy of health care. The types of care that are subject to these restrictions are not frivolous. Knee arthroscopies, nerve stimulation, steroid injections, cervical fusion. These types of procedures are the care that seniors rely on to stay mobile and pain-free in the aging process. Now decisions between doctors and patients are overridden by for-profit AI contractors. The Trump administration's only defense of this model has been to point to the rapid rise of skin substitute procedures to justify their flawed experiment. But the Trump administration's work doesn't pass the smell test. First, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services already have now lowered payment rates for this procedure. In doing so, closed the loophole driving the dramatic increase. Second, these skin substitute procedures only account for a tiny fraction of care under the model. In the case of Oregon's neighbor to the north, Washington State, skin substitutes account for less than 1% of services, less than 1% of the services, Madam Chair, subject to the prior authorization under this model. So the excuses hold no water. Prior authorization has run rampant in the American healthcare system. For-profit insurance companies are increasingly using this business tactic to block and deter care in order to increase their profits. I want to put a fine point on this. In 2024, insurance companies that sell Medicare Advantage plans denied more than 4 million prior authorization requests. Just think about that. 4 million prior authorization requests. Of those denials, only 1 in 10 were appealed by a senior or their doctor. But when the denial was appealed, it was overturned 8 times out of 10. What this tells me is prior authorization is being used to deny legitimate care, often acting as a bureaucratic hurdle meant to discourage seniors and their doctors from pursuing a course of treatment that might impact an insurance company's bottom line. It is bad enough, Madam President, that this is the state of affairs in Medicare Advantage. But now the Trump administration is trying to import insurance company tactics into traditional Medicare. And that would mean that seniors selected precisely because they don't want to deal with the headaches and complexity of an insurance company would suffer. This is not a partisan issue. Many of my Republican colleagues expressed concern about prior authorizations in the state with those of us today who want to tell the Trump administration to abandon an ill-advised experiment that Seniors don't want. They didn't ask for. It doesn't make sense. There's a lot of work to be done to improve both traditional Medicare and Medicare Advantage for seniors that count on the Medicare guarantee. And Madam President, I've been working on that Medicare guarantee since the days when I was the co-director of the Oregon Gray Panthers. Let's work on that together, and we can start by ending this AI-driven prior authorization experiment. It's a mistake. We can't run the risk of it being sent to other parts of the healthcare system. I urge a yes vote, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Idaho.
Madam President, I have 8 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Madam President. In response to the discussion that my colleague from Oregon has just engaged in, far too often our nation's healthcare system incentivizes low-value, high-cost services. For years, bipartisan policymakers throughout Capitol Hill and across administrations have endeavored to disrupt this flawed paradigm, especially in the Medicare program. Unfortunately, despite progress to incorporate new value-based payment arrangements, Medicare's underlying reimbursement structure continues to rely heavily on the volume of services provided rather than the quality of care. In addition to failing patients and providers, Medicare's perverse financial incentives contribute to massive waste and abuse. Well-meaning clinicians often face opaque coverage guidelines that can result in denied reimbursements, while malicious actors exploit bureaucratic vulnerabilities to defraud the program. Through the Wasteful and Inappropriate Service Reduction Model, or WISER, CMS is testing whether enhanced technology can help address these systemic failures. For a limited set of non-emergency services with a documented history of abuse and overuse, providers in select states must submit claims for review. Claims that meet existing Medicare coverage requirements are quickly approved, offering providers payment predictability. When issues arise, board-certified clinicians, not technological machines, board-certified clinicians intervene to make the final decision. The potential benefit of this detect and prevent strategy is substantial. For example, Medicare spending on skin substitutes, one of the chosen WISER model services, increased, and hear this, increased from $256 million in 2019 to $10 billion in 2024. It doesn't even take a technological machine to tell you that something there. Proactive technology-based scrutiny could have detected this outlier spending growth and protected both patients and taxpayers. Regrettably, misinformation about this model has sparked fears of delays in essential patient care and additional burdens on providers. Later today, the Senate will proceed to a resolution to stop this important work of the wiser model. Every member of this body agrees that patients should have access to high-quality care, providers deserve predictable payment for services, and avoidable waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare should be stopped. Ending this pilot program prematurely will deprive EMS useful tool to accomplish each of those goals. And I urge my colleagues to consider the facts and oppose this resolution. Now yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Oregon.
we don't take a backseat to anybody in terms of fighting inefficiency, fighting fraud. We've been working on those issues, as the chair of the Finance Committee knows, together wherever possible. Unfortunately, what we've seen in this experiment is that we're not dealing with inefficiency and fraud. We're forcing patients to come back again and again and again. That just defies common sense. And on issues like skin substitutes, that's been addressed through a payment policy reform to get at the incentives and wasteful utilization. So on the points that the minority is making, the reality is patients are not going to get care, and we're not going to make sensible changes as we have in other areas to deal with fraud and inefficiency. That's why we ought to be voting for what we're trying to do today on the Democratic side, and I yield back and hope we'll have a bipartisan vote.
Are we in a quorum call?
No.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to talk today about not just how Republicans are making healthcare more expensive, but also how they are making it just plain worse for seniors. President Trump came into office saying he would not cut Medicare, but that was clearly a lie because right now his administration is trying to privatize Medicare, in part by putting AI between Medicare beneficiaries and their health care. In January of this year, under Secretary Kennedy's and Dr. Oz's leadership, CMS began this pilot program that uses AI to require prior reauthorization in traditional Medicare for the first time ever. And it's set to run for 6 years. They call it the Wasteful and Inappropriate Service Reduction Model. Well, they got the wasteful and inappropriate part right. The wiser model uses AI to deny vulnerable seniors the care they need and that their doctors recommend. Not only that, but the for-profit contractors that conduct this prior authorization are paid a percentage of the cost of care that they deny. They are literally incentivized to rip health care away from seniors because that is better for their bottom line. When your business model relies on denials, denials are what seniors are going to get, and that is perverse. Wiser was rolled out in the beginning of this year in my home state of Washington and 5 other states without safeguards and without any transparency, and without the best interest of Medicare beneficiaries at the heart of this program. President Trump is saying, forget the doctors who went to medical school and took an oath to do no harm. AI knows better when it comes to healthcare decisions for our seniors. The consequences of that poor judgment are real and they are life-threatening. I hear from Medicare patients in Washington state all the time. They're suffering debilitating pain for weeks because they are not getting the care they need thanks to this harmful model. Patients like Joanne, she's a Medicare beneficiary from Quilcene, Washington. She went to her doctor for severe pain. An MRI showed that a herniated disc was pressing on her sciatic nerve. Joanne's doctor prescribed an epidural injection to help ease that pain. This was standard, routine care that before this year she would have been able to get quickly after it had been recommended by her doctor. But because of this wiser model, she had to wait 6 weeks to get approval. That means, thanks to Wiser, Joanne had to deal with unnecessary, unrelated pain for 6 weeks. Because of this nonsense delay, her daily life was disrupted. The burden fell on her then for the care she needed. Outrageous. But that is also so Wiser worked by design, and that is a direct impact of the administration. We have seen way too many stories, like Joanne's, from states that have been selected for this pilot program. No way should an algorithm decide if seniors should get the care that they need. That is exactly why I joined my colleagues here in introducing a resolution to overturn this model. And I want all of my colleagues to join me in voting for it so we can make sure seniors in my state and all over the country can once again receive their health care on time without interruption. Let's just use our common sense. It is clear as day that some AI models should never be at the wheel making health care decisions left and right. And it is not just patients I have heard from. I have met with healthcare providers all over my state. Whether it's a rural hospital or a doctor in Seattle, no one has had anything good to tell me about prior authorization in traditional Medicare. Now, I ran for office because I believe regular people deserve a say in how their government is run. And that is especially true when it comes to the government deploying AI technology. I don't know any senior Republican or Democrat who asked President Trump to let AI decide if their doctor recommended treatment was necessary. Of course, AI can help make things more efficient or do good things, That's not what the Wiser model is doing. So let's get to the crux of it. As a country, make a promise to American seniors. If they paid their taxes throughout their careers, they earned their Medicare coverage full stop. Wiser breaks that promise to seniors with these senseless AI-driven prior authorizations that deny and delay care. Let me be clear, many seniors choose traditional Medicare over other options because traditional Medicare rarely requires prior authorizations. People choose traditional Medicare because they want to make their health care decisions with their doctor, not with a private company that's out to make a profit. Simply put, necessary care to Medicare patients, it is reckless and it is irresponsible. I want my Republican colleagues to join us in voting to get rid of Wiser once and for all, because, Madam President, this should not be a partisan issue. We all have seniors in our states that deserve the highest level of care without having to deal with red tape and delay. Thanks to Trump, AI is getting in between seniors and health in Arizona, in New Jersey, in Ohio, in Oklahoma, in Texas. Seniors are harmed. No senior in America should have to appeal their pain and suffering to a machine. To my colleagues, if it was your spouse or parent who needed care, who would you want to decide if they get their treatment? Their doctor or a for-profit algorithm? Would you want for weeks for care that they are entitled to? I know what my answer is. Let's maintain the promise of Medicare. Let's pass this resolution. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Oregon.
before she leaves the floor, let me say to Senator Murray that I so appreciate your presentation, and particularly talking about the algorithms. And also the fact is that under what you described and did very clearly, the big winner under this flawed experiment is a bunch of middlemen who are trying to profit off denials and not the people who really desperately need care. So I very much appreciate it, and Oregon is proud to be a partner with Washington State in leading the country to get rid of this very flawed idea, and I thank you for your remarks. Back.
Senator from Oregon.
I would ask consent to start the 1:30 vote now.
Without objection. Questions on the motion? Yeas and nays were previously ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Lynn Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Heinrich, Kane, Murray, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Lummis, Marino, Murkowski, and Tuberville. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. King. King, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Senate, aye. No. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Osselbrooks. Ms. Osselbrooks, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Toronto. Ms. Toronto, aye. No. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no.
On this vote, the nays are 46, the yeas are 46, the noes are 50, and the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive and consider Bill number 775.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Benjamin M. Flowers of Ohio to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22, Benjamin M. Flowers of Ohio to United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent that reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yield the floor.
The senator from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to share some good with the United States of America. We just celebrated not only the birthday of this nation, 250 years, but we also celebrated the anniversary of the Workplace Tax Cuts Act being signed into law. Its newest senator. This was an important piece of legislation for many reasons, and I will share what it has meant for hardworking Floridians. But I championed this package, and I am so excited to say that we were able to deliver major wins through this legislation. It is the largest tax cut in the history of our nation. And I believe on the birthday of the United States of America, it was important to recognize that the people most notice more money. And we've seen such positive results already for Floridians and Americans alike. I just traveled around the state of Florida last week, as all of our colleagues did. We went back to our states, met with our constituents, and I tell you, people were excited. And they were excited because they're just coming off of having filed, and they're already seeing what this is going to mean for their families. We got together with law enforcement officers, hundreds of them, where we highlighted no tax on overtime. A lot of people don't think about how no tax on overtime helps those that wear a badge pay. Now they get more of that money. They do so. We celebrated no tax investment accounts over at a local school in St. Cloud. Floridians are just, they have a right to be. We can proudly boast that we now have the highest average tax refund of any state in the nation. And that's great news for Floridians. It's not just Floridians. Millions of Americans on tips. 29 million Americans have claimed no tax on overtime, or a waitress shifts, or a hotel worker to drive Florida's tourism economy. That means they're keeping more of that money. For the nurse, or as we discussed, the law enforcement officer picking up extra shifts, the linemen that so often have to come in and restore power after storms, when they're putting in extra hours, factory workers putting in extra hours to support their families, that no tax on overtime rewards hard work instead of taxing it. And these tax cuts weren't just for workers, they were also for seniors. And in Florida, the senior state, this was incredibly meaningful. In Florida, we are home to the largest one of the largest senior populations in the nation, with more than 5 million seniors. That is hard for the provisions that eliminated tax Social Security benefits, provided additional relief through the enhanced deduction for seniors. So there were two ways we were trying to make it easier on our seniors. More than 35 million seniors have already claimed the enhanced deduction, and that kind of work back up here to Washington days that so much of it had gone to fraud. And so making sure we're keeping, just underscore what that meant. That Working Families Tax Cut Act, just this past filing season, 97% of all filers in the nation, $9 billion in individual relief tax refunds, $325 billion in total tax refunds. And as I said before, Floridians can brag that they brought home the largest average federal tax refund in the country. Our state filers brought home an average refund of $4,500 compared to the national average of $3,000. Is delivering tax relief of those deductions were for Americans and our seniors. We also made sure that that act invested in our next generation, our children. Through the package, we thought outside the box. We did something that has never been done before, and we created child-owned investment accounts for every American child born, which was designed to give our next generation a real jumpstart on the American dream. And a lot of people still do not know this. It shocked me as I was traveling around Florida last week, and these were folks who had just had babies, and they did not know that their child that they were holding was already eligible for $1,000 into an investment account for every baby born from 2025 through 2028, whose parents open up one of these accounts, and it is so easy to do, incredibly easy to do. The U.S. Treasury will invest $1,000. If the child doesn't touch it, and you can add to it too, but if you don't touch that original investment, by the time they turn 18 and they're on their own, and you can use this for education, for a down payment on a house, there are ways that you can use that. It's almost $8,000. If they don't touch it at all, it is projected it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars upon retirement, close to $1 million, if not more. This is incredible news. So when you're hearing about all of the fraud that we keep uncovering, or where we sent millions of dollars to some foreign country to help some crazy program for foreign nationals, today Americans can go to irs.gov/Trump accounts and sign up and get $1,000 for their kids. And the lens through which we viewed this, and the lens through which we approached this and argued for this historic act, was how do we reorient, how do we course correct and start making decisions on behalf of this country to invest in Americans, American children, American industry first. More than 5.5 million child-owned investment accounts have been opened nationwide so far, and 1.4 million are eligible for the 1,000 pilot program contribution. So in addition to these accounts, 40 million families have taken advantage of the enhanced child tax credit that we permanently doubled and expanded through the Working Families Tax Cut Acts. So not only do we have the investment accounts for these children, we also now have given a double permanently child tax credit on your taxes. So of course, preparing our next generation for success will require more than just financial security, but this was such a great start towards that end. And if I can get one thing through to American parents right now, it is easy to sign up. There is money waiting for your children right now from the U.S. Treasury because we want to set them up for success. But we didn't stop at financial investment. Education is also important. And through this Tax Cut Act, which we are now celebrating the 1-year anniversary, and many of the provisions which we all fought hard for over on this side of the aisle are now just going into effect. We also made sure that there was a federal tax credit scholarship that could help millions of students across the nation get education of their parents' choice. 2 decades ago, we did this in Florida. We had a low graduation, I want to say it was 60s. We started with our first school choice statute. 2 decades later, we are out now over 92% graduation rate. It shows you that not every child learns the same, and parents know what their children need, and educational needs should not be based on the zip code in which they are born. Florida has figured that out. We figured that out some time ago. And now I am here as Florida's newest U.S. Senator announcing a great piece of legislation that will expand this approach to children in our nation for states where universal school choice. And there are a few of us, like Florida, but others have started with school choice statutes, understanding that each child learns differently. You can still take advantage of the Working Families Tax Cut Act because it allows for the deduction of education expenses for tutoring, for technology, for so many of those supplemental education expenses that come along with education that parents choose. So Floridians are still winning, even though we already have school choice. When parents have more choices, we know and we have seen the data show that students are more likely to find the educational path that fits their unique talents and goals. And that ultimately, for this country, for our nation's forward success, will mean a stronger workforce. It'll mean more innovation, a stronger economy, not just for the state of Florida, for which I champion every day, but for our entire nation. At the end of the day, families and small businesses know how to spend their money far better than some of these bureaucrats that are making decisions in the bowels of some of these agencies. And we are uncovering day in and day out, and we will continue to do so, exposing where some of those choices went awry and where some of those choices led to corruption and crime. But we are here today to celebrate what we have been doing right and how we have been course correcting with our intent to focus on bettering the lives of American families, American workers, and this nation moving forward. So I believe that less taxes will mean more opportunity, more growth, more freedom for hardworking Americans. And I am incredibly excited to be standing here today as one of the newest United States senators that helped deliver this win last year. And as we are watching it go into effect, see the success and the effect it's having on our constituents, it is certainly something to celebrate, Mr. President, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do so today. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to introduce the Merit Act, the Minimum Experience Requirements for Intelligence Transition Act. A lot of words, but the bill is simple. It requires anyone serving as the Director of National Intelligence, even in a temporary capacity, to have extensive national security experience. It's common sense. You don't hand the keys to America's intelligence community to someone who has no experience, regardless of party or political loyalty. The Director of National Intelligence is a powerful job, and I know because I was there at the creation. I was one of the first people at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence when it was stood up. I was seconded there as a CIA officer. I helped stand it up after Congress created it so that we never again miss a terrorist attack like we did on 9/11. The office uses powerful tools to gather secrets from our foreign adversaries like China and Russia, from terrorist networks, from threats to our homeland. But it is that power in the wrong hands that I want to talk about today. America's national intelligence community can be used to gather information, not just from our foreign adversaries, but if turned against us, against the American people. It can be used to monitor Americans, to target political opponents, to dig through records, to punish critics, to help any president relitigate an election. Right now, that's where we are. President Trump has installed a loyalist, Bill Pulte, as the acting director of national intelligence. He has zero national security experience. He's worked in the private sector and in real estate. He has never had a security clearance before this job. He has never handled classified information before this job. And now, today, at this moment, he heads up 18 different intelligence agencies in the United States. He used to be the head of federal housing. That was his job given by President Trump, and he demonstrated his character at that job. He used housing records, private housing records, to go after President Trump's enemies. Just think of what is possible with him at the top of our intelligence community. Now, President Trump placed him there to do two things. One, to focus on politicizing our elections, and second, to use the intelligence community for the goals he has, because he is obsessed with meddling with both. You just have to use President Trump's own words to understand the story here. This isn't hyperbole. At the State of the Union, President Trump declared that the only way Democrats could win in the midterms is if they cheat. Just weeks earlier, he called for Republicans to, quote, nationalize elections in 15 states. This year alone, he has repeated claims that the elections are rigged more than 100 times. Those words have been backed up by action. He has attempted to use ballots in Georgia, my state, 3 states in total for their voter rolls. He has pushed Congress over and over again to pass the Save America Act, which would disenfranchise millions of voters across the country. He dismantled the Election Assistance Commission, which helps every state carry out their elections. He's pushed the Postal Service to restrict mail-in voting. He has refused to rule out sending U.S. uniformed troops or law enforcement to the polls to interfere in the elections come November. And he's pressed the Supreme Court to go after and gut parts of the Voting Rights Act, allowing states to silence the voters, particularly minority voters. Second, he has tried to weaponize our intelligence community. He has declassified information to support false claims about elections and sow doubt in our democracy. He's directed the CIA, the NSA, and other intelligence agencies to target his enemies. He's created a weaponization working group to implement that work. And he has sent the former director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, to raid ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, something that the intelligence community has no business doing. Now, President Trump is giving a speech tonight. Bill Pulte is now at the center of this. President Trump was very open. He tweeted about putting him in this job specifically to use the intelligence community's power to support his false claims. Tonight, in the president's address to the nation, he's expected to say how, again, our elections are being rigged and attempt to cherry pick intelligence to declassify. But let's remember, whatever he brings up, President Trump's team already saw what happened in 2020. He was the president of the United States during those elections. If his intelligence community at that time saw information, looked it over, and then decided that the election wasn't rigged, that was because that was what was presented to them as factual. You're telling me that the president now, all these years later, wants to relitigate what he was in charge of in 2020 and choosing to do it 3 months before the midterm elections. Call me skeptical. And all of this is happening as Bill Pulte is right there as our acting DNI. Tulsi Gabbard going down to Georgia was not enough to soothe the president. Bill Pulte is now his yes man to do just that. He's gone from being unqualified for this role to dangerous to democracy. With the bill, we will ensure that people who serve as the acting director of national intelligence actually have some national security experience needed to do this job. They treat it responsibly, not on behalf of one party, not on behalf of one man, but on behalf of Americans to keep us safe. That is a mandate of the intelligence community. It is what we were trained to do, and I say that as a CIA officer, and this president is corrupting that with his choice as DNI. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Senator from Washington.
Are we in a quorum call?
No.
Mr. President, today we are faced with a critical choice here in the United States Senate across the country about the future of traditional care about most. And they wanted to hear from us that we were going to do that. I'm not sure that's what just transpired. People don't want to have corporations or insurance companies tell them about traditional care. They want that relationship to be about the patient relationship. If you're on Medicare, you go to your doctor, you ask him what he thinks should be done, and he basically tells you, and then you receive your Medicare treatment. Well, Medicare is a promise, and that promise is made when we pay into that as taxpayers, and we expect to get the care that we need. But in this case, there are those in the Trump administration who are trying to change that obligation. Instead of having your doctor tell you what you need, they are trying to push an AI-driven software program that will tell you in advance, you don't even get that treatment. So instead of relying on your doctor's advice, instead they are telling you you do not get to hear what the doctor ordered. This is very troubling because this might be the way private insurance works, and many Americans know what it's like to be on the phone with an insurance company telling you they're going to deny your benefits, but they certainly don't for traditional Medicare when an AI app telling you in advance you don't even get the Medicare that you've paid into. More than 7,000 Washingtonians, 700,000 Washingtonians and 28 million Americans have chosen the Medicare program because they want their health care decisions made by their doctor. If they don't, you can choose Medicare Advantage. Medicare Advantage is different. But on January 1st of this year, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services launched an application driven by AI, euphemistically called the Wasteful and Inappropriate Service Reduction Model, known as WISER. WISER is an AI-driven prior authorization program being piloted in 6 states: Arizona, New Jersey, Ohio, Oklahoma, Texas, and in my home state of Washington. This model inserts a black box computer algorithm into the decisions that should be being made by a physician and the patient. It puts a layer of bureaucracy between seniors and the care their doctors have recommended. In April, with the help of the Washington State Hospital Association, my office released a report examining the impacts of this application on seniors in my state. What we found was deeply troubling. Washington patients are waiting up to 4 times longer to complete procedures covered by this model. Procedures that took approximately 2 weeks to get taken care of are now taking months. In Washington alone, more than 18,600 people receive services now subject to this WISER, and people in the nation, it's about 1.1 million. That is 1.1 million people who could face delays or denials for care. Michael Edgerly is a 78-year-old from Cle Elum, Washington, who spent 22 years serving his community as a mail carrier. He left his job with scoliosis and degenerate joint disease. His neurosurgeon recommended a non-opioid treatment, an epidural steroid injection to manage this serious and severe chronic pain. But what did the AI app WISER tell him? Nope, system delayed. He went on for weeks and weeks, living in constant pain, which a doctor, if he was talking to a doctor, would have just said, I approve this treatment. But no, he was forced into an AI app approval process that took longer and longer and longer to get his coverage. Another constituent, Keith Magnuson of Seattle, used to be an extremely active man who could regularly walk 6 miles a day. Now, because of a lumbar spinal stenosis, he can barely walk 100 yards without severe pain. His doctor recommended a minimally invasive procedure called MILD, which is commonly used for conditions covered by Medicare. But again, the wiser model put his treatment and said it was denied. As a result, this once active man had to significantly scale back even his daily life, all because of an AI model telling him he was denied. Michael and Keith are not isolated cases. At the University of Washington Medical Center alone, our report found that more than 100 patients were waiting for similar approvals. What makes this even more concerning is that many of the procedures included in the wiser model are non-opioid pain treatments. That means we are trying to get off of opioids, not prescribe our alternative, said otherwise, go ahead and do it, is now denying you or taking weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks to give you the approval. These treatments provide patients with critical alternatives to addictive medicines, and we need to continue to get them to our 1,000 overdose deaths annually. We should not be making it easier for patients to access we should be making it easier for patients to access these non-opioid treatments. And we should not enable a system where contractors have financial incentives to delay or deny care. That is not efficiency. These concerns are not just coming from me, they are coming from seniors, physicians, and healthcare organizations. Organizations like AARP and the American Medical Association have warned that the impact of this program on aging Americans is real. I'm hearing every day from my patients in my state, including the two I mentioned, who have been negatively impacted by this model. I brought this up at an important Senate Finance Committee with the Secretary of HHS and have said this has to stop. I do believe AI has find some new things, but technology should not be using today on programs that are guaranteed for our citizens to now be interrupted and delayed by an AI model instead of allowing them to talk to their doctor. Again, private insurance do whatever it wants. Medicare Advantage, traditional doctor using, there's nothing in my mind innovative about using a computer to tell a senior they can't get the care that they're prescribed. Unfortunately, this model that is now in 6 states is being tested, but the administration is clear expects to expand this nationwide. I urge you to get up to speed on this. The Senate, in this last vote, just had a chance to stop it, but we didn't. So I'm asking my colleagues to please get educated on how devastating this can be in the doctor-patient relationship. If you do, I guarantee you, we will force this administration to stop using this AI tool to deny care for our seniors. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following nominations in block: calendar number 718, calendar number 783, through calendar number 812, and all nominations on the Secretary's desk in the Space Force, Air Force with the exception of PN 970-2, Army with the exception of PN 1061, Therese M. Long, PN 1015, Mark R. Berube, and Mandy A. Samples, PN 1017, Joel A. Ahrens and Michael D. Thompson, PN 1072, Philip T. Buckler, PN 1065, Samuel A. Smith. Marine Corps with the exception of PN 681-4, Navy with the exception of PN 835, PN 925, PN 990, Robert J. Marino and Joshua Q. McCrite, and PN 1029 Kelly Cruz. That the nominations be confirmed in block, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following nominations in block: calendar numbers 813 through 817, that the Senate vote on the nominations in block without intervening action or debate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Without objection. The question occurs on the nominations on block. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nominations are confirmed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the previous order with respect to the Westerkamp nomination be modified so that the confirmation vote may occur notwithstanding Rule 22 and all other provisions remaining in effect.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
Clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 2913, an act to authorize support for Ukraine and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for the second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, July 20th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, that at 5:30 p.m. the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Flowers nomination, and the cloture motion filed today ripen at that time.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.